Test, 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 test. Let's see here. Doing something a little bit different. All right. What we got? No, we could do it. I want to do it this way. Yeah. All right. So I'm doing something a little bit different tonight, guys. We do at X space, but X is going to be late tonight. Okay. X is going to be late. We're going to do the X space after President Trump's speech to Congress. But I just wanted to stream this live and then we'll do the X space afterwards. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. They're just coming in. So JD Vance is already there, House Speaker. But see, the Supreme Court justices are not there. So this is not an official State of the Union address. And I think people are assuming that it is. It's not.
The joint session will come to order. The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber the following: the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise; the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer; the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain; the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson; the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler; the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore; the gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin; the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn; the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries; the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark; the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar; the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu; the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse; the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene; the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber: the Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune; the Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso; the Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton; the Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Lankford; the Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito; the Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott; the Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer; the Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin; the Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar; the Senator from New Jersey, Mr. Booker; the Senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin.
The members of the Escort Committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
They're doing too much.
Mr. Speaker, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
My wife loves this gray suit. I hate it, but I wear it. She'll see me on TV. I'm a blazer.
This you can tell this is not a state. This is not the official State of the Union. State of the Union officially will be the first one will be next year. Hi, Pamela. I'm just doing. I should put watch party before we do the X, because we still want to do the X space. It's just going to be after his speech. Oh, very impromptu tonight. I don't think I do this. Oh, this is cute if I do it this way.
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the United States Supreme Court.
Oh, my bad. If the justice is going to be there, this is damn near State of the Union. It is not a State of the Union, which is crazy. I think it's too soon to have a State of the Union. Oh, they call it Address Congress, joint sessions. I don't know. Hi, Cece. This thing is so funny. Child, I had to look it up. In USA News, they kind of broke it down. So it's like it was basically saying it's the same, but it's not the same. Oh, honey, but you know what? I'm going to read for a brand new video breaking down Jasmine Crockett. She is dope. She called herself trying to protest and had a press conference today. And then she called herself having speak up the people. Girl, bye. So the White House YouTube channel, they have it scheduled for 9:10. Because I think by 9:10, everyone would be inside the chambers of Congress and seated. And that's when Trump is either going to be walking in or starting his speech. So the White House YouTube channel has it scheduled to go live, or is scheduled to go live at 9:10. I am watching only to see the total ignorance of it. Yes! How they would encourage violence and disrespect by elections. Yes. Yes. Because I look at it like this, no matter, or actually, let me try it this way. Let me see something. I like it. No matter who is sitting, I can tell you, no matter who is sitting in that old office as a congressional, as a member of Congress, congressional woman, congresswoman, congressman, you have to show respect to the administration, be a constituent to the American people, to this country. So you know what? And as she's talking tonight, I'm going to write down my note, breaking down Jasmine Crockett, and start trolling her. Because you know what they're doing? They're prompting her up to be the black Marjorie Greene. So the Republicans, Jasmine Crockett would be Marjorie Greene, and the Democrats, Marjorie Greene would be Jasmine Crockett. That's all. Loud mouths. But, and I'm not saying that, Marjorie Greene is so a superstar or Jasmine Crockett. However, when Marjorie Greene was going hard, a lot of things she was seeing were more accurate than Jasmine Crockett. And on top of that, Marjorie Greene is going to look out for her constituents. There was a slight difference, even though they both pumped a lot of rhetoric. And I'm still going to be trolling Jasmine Crockett. I call her Crooked Mammy Crockett. Yes, that's her name, Crooked Mammy. Why do they have one thing? I have no idea. I know when Jasmine Crockett held a press conference today, it was a banner that was like, Trump doesn't care about women. Some BS. And I'm like, this is not breast cancer month. So I guess the pink was to symbolize women right for women. I don't know. You just want to be different and stand out with some BS. It's crazy. Shannon! So I just called the judge. He's having a drink. He's going to be, we're going to get the space. I said, listen, it's going to be late. Because Trump talked for a minimum of an hour. And he was like, no, I'm going to be up. So if it's 9:10, this probably won't end until 10:30, 11. But depending on when he starts, that's when I'm going to know when to start the expos. And we probably won't start the expos to midnight. Which is fine. But oh my God, it's a busy week. And I need to create a banner because Brandon Johnson, honey, he is going to be in Congress tomorrow morning. So I got to get up in the morning. I'm going to get up in the morning and I'm going to live stream Brandon Johnson. Something wrong with your mic? No. Let me check it. No, it's not wrong with my mic. Why do you say that? Something wrong with your mic. No. Oh, so if I have this video on and I'm talking, it's going to sound like I'm underwater. So that was my mistake.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Yeah, I can't talk over the video sound. That's why. Yeah, it sounded like I was underwater. So that's I was like, what's wrong with my mic? But that was why I have to turn the when I'm talking, I have to turn this volume off the video. I have to turn it completely down. Sorry. Oh, I thought I was unmuted. I was saying, why is it that when the cabinet and people come in, they have to shake everybody's hand? You see these people every single day. If you don't see them every day, you see them at least once or twice during the week. But they have to hug and shake hands as if they haven't seen them in months. That holds everything up. Move along, sit down so we could get this show on the road. Hi, Tasu Casa. I hope I said your name right. What up, sweet thing, Dana? Hi from Lemoore, California. Hi. Jive Turkey. Hi. I'm doing good. This is and I think I need to put that in the title. No, I'm gonna leave the title the way it is. But this is when I'm live now. This is a pre-show before the X Space, because you all know Judge Joe Brown does his X Space Tuesday at 9, but Trump has the joint session to Congress at 9. And then when this is over, I'm going to set up X Space and have it live. And I don't have to turn off this live. I could just share the X Space. So we will be doing the X Space. It's just going to be after this. They always look sour. Okay, so it's going to be a minute before they announce the president, because the cabinet, they haven't even sat down yet. Yeah, I want to know why they're wearing pink too. It's something, I think it has to do with women being looked over in politics, something like that. And I guess they're trying to say that Trump is anti-women. So yeah. No, it didn't start yet, agent, because they can't give the foreign aid so freely. Yeah, they're getting caught out there. So let's see. Okay, so they're still rolling in. And another thing, you know, Kamala Harris, when she was running for president, she was running for abortion rights. And the thing that gets me with the Democrats, not one of them, not one Democrat came out and took accountability for the reasons why they lost. Open border, and only thing you talked about was women being able to get an abortion. That does not win you elections. Do you think Trump is Anita women, Dana? What do you mean? I don't understand that. All right, so he about to hit that gavel, Mike Johnson. And he need to hurry up and hit the damn gavel. What does DTR mean? Tutu, what does DTR mean? But no Dem showed up to First Lady's talk yesterday on how women and girls are abused. Yeah. What was that First Lady's talk? I didn't hear about that. What was that about? I have to look that up. And Tutu, what is DTR? Okay, why are these people not sitting down? I see Byron Donald standing. All these people are standing in the front. Why? Are there not enough seats? What's going on? Oh, here we go.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
So I switched to the White House YouTube channel. I want to see how that is. I may switch back to Forbes, but it's funny. None of the Democrats on the Democrat side, they're not clapping. They're not trying to shake his hand. They're just sitting there looking stupid. That's so disrespectful. is, oh, that's a good one. Jasmine crash out Crockett. Yes, I'm gonna use that on a tag on a thumbnail. I don't know. And it's like, do we care? Yes, the champ is here. Yes. Yes, the greatest president. Yes. He is of our time, the greatest president of our time. So far. So far. As long as he ain't sending no military to war, as long as he ain't doing no what do you call that, draft, he would be the greatest president. Yeah. Hating ass Democrats. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay, deranged Trump syndrome. Wait, what was that? Deranged Trump. Donald Trump derangement. Yes. Okay. Oh, Chuck Schumer's not going to even shake his hand. Look at him. And he's looking on the side of his eye like, y'all, oh my God, this is why they should not be in power ever again. Look at the Justice Chief, Roberts. I want to see if all the justices supposed to shake the president's hand. I want to see if the rest of them, are they even there? Is Ketanji Scratchhead Jackson there? She's not even there. So disrespectful. The three, I was about to say three dykes, but the three stooges, justices, didn't show up. I know they got to show up for the State of the Union. All right, so here we go.
Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States, members of the United States Congress, thank you very much, and to my fellow Citizens, America is back. Six weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. Thank you. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country. And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded.
Mr. President.
A 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber. Go. Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever. They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again. Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we have ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good. And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer. We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side, and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding. And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia, $14 million for social cohesion in Mali, $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. For improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. I don't know what we're doing. We should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, the most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taken back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them, and we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does, and it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby. Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229, one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going, and it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments, and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it. With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk-takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was, and so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China, and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people. And they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer, who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because those goods that come in from other countries and companies, they're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military and frankly we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama. Jeff Denard has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us, very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley. Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation, we must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president. Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungary from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jasmine, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jasmine. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order? Thank you very much. All three savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believes President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. One year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest. And we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service. Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong, 1 in 36, think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby, good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Go get him. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January, Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets. Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of America. And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice. And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown that when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense, with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes. "2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans, but I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent, by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, "Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians," he said. "My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you." I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years. And rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight. To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age, these workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities, these warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
I'm doing all this damn talking and didn't realize I didn't have myself on the damn I was backstage and I'm talking like y'all can hear me, honey. Sorry. Thank you, Sister T, because you was like sound question mark. I'm talking, having a whole conversation. So anyway, guys, I'm about to start the X space. I'm about to start the X space. I'm doing all this damn talking and didn't realize I didn't have myself on the damn. Oops. Let me log out of this. I was saying to myself how the Democrats are so disrespectful. You don't gotta like Trump. You don't have to agree with his policies. You don't even have to respect him, but respect this country. Respect the Capitol, Congress. Respect your job. Respect your constituents and American people. And they just show disrespect. Like, who are you proving that to? And I went on YouTube. Roland Martin allegedly has 200,000 people watching his live. You know, those are exaggerated numbers. When you talk about engagement farming, because now you have those woke tech companies like Google pushing fake bot numbers so it could look like he has all these people watching, and that's just not true. It's not organic. So everything about the Democrats are like a big grift. And I need to start the space. Oh, actually, let me call the judge and ask him to retweet it. I have to send it to him. Hello? Will you sleep?
No, I was just putting the recording on pause. I found I got one of these emails from the White House that said click below to hear live or
Oh,
recorded. So
yeah.
listen.
All right. So I'm about to
The sound goes off every 15 seconds and you gotta keep
Yeah, I was just watching it on X. So I'm about to start the space now, and I sent you the link. So can you repost it and join?
yeah, but let me get the last 4 minutes of the speech.
Oh, the speech is over.
I know, but I've got it recorded. I kept having to hit pause.
All right. Well, hurry up.
Okay, cool.
All right. All right. Give him a minute, folks. Yeah. Views and comments totally bought. Yeah. Look. So I'm gonna show y'all Roland Martin thing. Um, what is this? All right. Be a little backed up for 10 minutes. Let's see, Roland Martin. Before I start the space, show y'all the bullshit. Ain't no way in hell. It says 189,000. He supposedly have 189,000 people watching. Who the fuck watching this shit? State of our union. Ain't nobody watching that because everybody was watching Trump. Let me see if y'all can see it. 108. That when I first went, it said 200K. Now 182. Okay, and even if that's the case, those are all the black people and white people that are on that Democrat plantation. Those are all the others. Everyone who's on a Democratic plantation. So I just pushed the X space to 10. I mean, not 10 to 11:10. Yeah, that 10. And let me just set it up here. All right, so I'm gonna stay live here, and then you're going to see me. You're going to see me talking on X. Oh, honey, I cannot stand that. I cannot stand the music anymore. All right, let me know. Okay, first of all, I need you guys to let me know if you guys can hear me. Oh, you guys can hear. Okay, so you guys can hear me on X. You can hear me on this space. So, yeah, just give me a minute. We're having a late X space today. All right, so everybody on YouTube, can you hear me on YouTube? Say yes. If you can hear me on YouTube, please say yes. Good night. My fingers are being wacky. You're leaving, Halamel? Because this is part 2. Okay, thank you, Jeremy. This is part 2. This is the X space, guys. And hi, Laura and Mr. Franklin on X. The judge is going to be a minute. He had to finish. Hi, MF Kush. He has to. I pushed it for 11, then 11:10. So the judge should be up here in about 4 or 5 minutes. Thank you, Tutu. You can hear me. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Sister T. So I just played the speech on YouTube. I live streamed it on YouTube, his speech of the joint sessions. And now we're here on X. So I have the X people, I have the YouTube people. Honey, it was chaos, disruption, and triumph. And that damn thing was so long. Let me share this. Let me share this space out to everybody. Can you guys also repost and share it as well? Hi, Judge Sarah. So Tuesdays, this is Judge Joe Brown Space Tuesdays. I started hosting my own X Space Thursdays and Fridays, but Tuesdays is Judge Joe Brown. So of course, we're waiting for him to come up, and he is finishing up, I guess, the speech. He said he had 4 more minutes, and that was like at 11, a little bit 5 minutes before 11. So he should be coming up shortly. Actually, let me send him this again. Copy. And of course, we want to talk about the ghetto-ness of the Democrat Party. I started the space. Join in now, please. Send this. All right. The ghetto Democrat Party, and this is still open mic. So if you guys want to request to come up, you certainly can. And shout out to everybody on YouTube. If you do have a question, just put it Q so I know it's a question and I could have the judge answer it. So yeah, he'll probably come up in another 5 minutes. And because we're starting late, because we usually start at 9 Eastern and end at midnight, I'm depending on the time he comes up here, I'm just going to do 2 hours. But so yeah, I felt like this whole the behavior of the Democrats at this joint session. First of all, this was a speech for the joint sessions to Congress. So this is the President of the United States speaking to Congress about his agenda, about what he's so far accomplished in 40 days, because it hasn't been a good 2 months yet. And I was surprised he was even doing it, because State of the Union, they do it a year after their president. But either way, why were you being disruptive? to the point to where you got kicked out. Why were you booing? I don't. And why were the women wearing pink? You had Jasmine Crockett. Oh, I gotta do. I have to start doing a lot of content on her. She created a 10-second "Not Like Us" Kendrick Lamar parody or whatever. So corny. She held a press conference earlier today, and then she was saying that she don't know if she's going to show up, and they were supposed to do a boycott. It wasn't a lot of Democrats there, but that just goes to show you that they are willing to destroy this nation if they have to, in order for them to stay in power, maintain power, or regain power. And that's very dangerous. We have to look at people and how they behave towards defeat. Like, the way you handle defeat says a lot about your character. And that's with anything. So, yeah, let me call him because I do want to get this thing started. Where is his number at here? Let me go to my contacts. Yeah, right there. I can always go on blah blah blah. Yeah. So, guys, like I said, please request to come up if you have a question. They just humiliate themselves. All right, now it's going straight to voicemail. They just humiliate themselves. Al Green acting like someone's parent. That isn't bad. It is. Like, what was that about? Like, you too old, Al. That man is way too old. Make America straight again. Oh my God. Well, it's always been crooked. Somebody just visited my website from Australia. Shout out to Australia. Actually, let me close my door here. And open this one up. Where is he? Oh my God. Let me try him again. What is he doing? I don't want to be sitting here waiting all goddamn night. And I just spoke to him. So I'm going to do this. I'm probably going to wait around for another 10 minutes. And if he's not coming, if he doesn't like come on, I'm just going to end the space. Where is this? Mm-mm-mm. The lady doing the Democrat response right now need to have a seat. Oh my God. Where is that at? Let me pull it up. I totally forgot about that. All right, he just texted me talking about some look for me. Oh, where's the Democrat response at? Okay, there you go. Invite. I'm sending you straight to co-host. I just sent you a co-host invite. I just sent you an invite for co-host, Judge.
A copy.
Oh, okay, there you go. All right. So yeah, I mean, we're starting late because everyone was watching the joint session to Congress. And I put chaos, disruption, and triumph because listen, he gave a great speech, the longest speech ever. He surpassed Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton held the record. Now Trump surpassed him. I'm pretty sure that was intentional, but it was still a great speech. And of course, old ass Al Green, congressman, got kicked out. There were other hecklers there, and Trump, he motioned the what do you call it, chambers of arms or something, to I guess to throw people out who are being
Called
disruptive.
Sergeant at Arms. John
Sergeant
Lewis,
at arms,
Speaker of
yeah.
the House, Speaker of the House Johnson called it to order and told
C-SPAN,
Green that
okay,
if he
thank you.
didn't be quiet, he would be removed. He wouldn't, so he removed him.
Right, and apparently he wasn't the only one that was like just talking and hackling. So disrespectful. Um, and a lot of them didn't show up, but for what? Because you dislike him? It doesn't matter. You mean to tell me you liked every other president? So I look at it, and I said this earlier before you came up, Judge. It seemed like the Democrats, they are willing to destroy this country in order for them to regain power and to stay in power. And that's a problem.
It
So
seems
again,
they were upset because their agenda got derailed. It looked like 70% of the American public said no to their favorite agendas. So it is what it is.
exactly. And you've been mentioning to me about our viewership and an X shadow ban and stuff like that, right? So I went to Roland Martin YouTube channel tonight during the speech, and he created State of Our Union, right? Because he wasn't showing this the Trump State of Union. He had his little round table, 200,000 people watching. I'm like, that's bullshit. See, whatever woke tech company, most likely Google, right, is giving you fake viewership. Like they call that engagement farming.
Yeah,
200,000?
Roland Martin, I've met several times, quite a few on Larry King Live years ago. And he's an arrogant, ignorant, pompous little fool who thinks he knows more than he does, which isn't a great deal. He is a party apparatchik, meaning he's a tool of the Democratic Party. That's how he got on TV for being on his knees for Obama, and that's how he got put on TV. So he's a bootlicking, literally, functionary. And he's not very wise. And a lot of times he does not have much clue as to what he's talking about. And when he discusses facts, he's not discussing actual facts. He's discussing convenient creations to make a point that because media repeats him so frequently, people begin to accept. It's like you hear a song and you don't even like the song, but if you hear it too many times, you can't get it out of your head. That's human psychology, and they rely on it. There is no way Al Sharpton and Poppin' Fresh Doughboy with chocolate chips, Roly Poly Martin, need to have the viewership that they are said to have, which when I check Nielsen's ratings are not as great as media likes to portray. One of our problems right now is that mainstream media is paramount in terms of its control of the American mindset, or at least the American idea of what its mindset is, because it has essentially a uniform agenda, which is the antithesis of what the country's way is about, which is the antithesis of the human way. But they have the mouthpiece, and everybody has to listen because there are no alternatives except social media, which by definition cannot get the exposure that mainstream media can. Now, you can go places like the Wall Street Journal or Newsmax and you can get alternatives, but that's not what most people get at home on their rabbit ear television setups, nor anything else. So they have an erroneous idea about what's going on based on telling a lie long and loudly. You can get anyone, including the liar, to believe it. So there's a lie about what is the popular idea in America, what the popular consensus is in America. It's not really the truth, nor is it even close to being accurate. So that's one of the problems we have. And I know for a fact that when Musk got X, it's still a bureaucracy. And the problem is bureaucracies are creatures of their own, irrespective of who's actually supposed to be in charge, because they keep their structure. They keep the spirit that they have going alive. And that spirit basically was one of repressing speech on a large scale and pushing a certain agenda, which is still being pushed by the algorithms. We have talked, you and I, Dana, about how we notice if we are on simultaneously with Elon Musk, rather than appearing to take away people who would listen, our audience ramps up tremendously because it looks like they have removed the algorithm so the boss doesn't discover them. But there's still work to do. But anyway, I passed the mic.
Okay, well, um, it is still open mic. It's open mic. So please, if you guys want to request to come up, please do so. Please do it now, because I'm not trying to be up here to 2-3 o'clock in the morning. So request to come up if you have a question, if you want to talk about the joint session tonight, or anything else that you want to bring up, whatever's trending in news or anything with law or whatever. It's open mic. And I don't know if you noticed, but tomorrow, Judge, Mayor Brandon Johnson of Chicago, he has to appear in front of the House committee in Congress tomorrow. And that will be streamed live. And I am going to watch it, because he's going to have to answer to, you got a lot of money. Where would this money going to? I guess as far as the illegals and stuff like that. So yeah, he's going to be sitting there. And so the mayor of Boston, and I do believe the mayor of New York, they were summoned. They received a subpoena too, but maybe for different dates. But tomorrow, Mayor Brandon Johnson will be there. I don't know if other mayors are going to be there. So I'm looking forward to that. I think it's time for people to be held accountable.
Did you listen to the list of superfluous expenses of the United States and what the money is going for? Trump read that list.
Yeah, he read some of the list tonight, right?
Yeah, and some of the things the money was going for are just absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely horrendously ridiculous. like transgender counseling in, what was it, Uganda?
Yeah, and Uganda, they are anti that.
Yeah. So why are we spending how many tens of millions?
And that money wasn't going there because the Ugandan president and government would not accept money like that for that. It was probably saying it was for that, but it wasn't going to that. And it wasn't going to council anymore. It was going to somebody's bank account.
Or else what they do sometimes is they print up these pamphlets and act like some mysterious underground organization is doing it when the U.S. is actually doing it, U.S. Information Agency, and it's crazy. People are saying, why don't you leave us alone? We don't buy into that.
Right. Hi, Peter. All right. Hi, Martel. You got mute.
Yes. Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Great. I had a question for the judge. I just had one simple question. Trump mentioned no foreign aid. You know, he's ending all federal foreign aid. Why do not only Trump but our government do not include Israel as foreign aid when we send them billions of dollars just this last couple of weeks? I just had a question.
It is included as foreign aid. It's just not mentioned as such because the Israeli lobby in the United States is very strong, and Israel does legitimate assassination as part of their foreign policy. So if Israel causes your assassination, you got to take on the whole Israeli government to get the assassin, and Israel will not extradite anybody for murder. Under U.S. law, that actually is a crime. Not that we don't do it.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. Well, I got one more thing. Is there any way possible that we can get from under the thumb of Israel?
You're not under the thumb of Israel. What's going on is that you have elements of control. I'm not approving of our policy toward Israel, but Israel and Egypt are essentially in an alliance. And although it's very seldom spoken of, there is a cooperation between Israel, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia, wherein Saudi counterintelligence cooperates and interacts with American intelligence resources in the Middle East quite thoroughly. The United States sort of subcontracts some interesting things out to Mossad. Remember, they can assassinate when we can't, and because of the Semitic nature of a lot of Israeli citizens being the same as the Semitic nature of a lot of other Middle Easterners, they can more easily infiltrate or place spies and intelligence assets. So there is close cooperation between Israel, Egypt, and Saudi, and the Saudis when it comes to counterintelligence and manipulating through various and sundry mechanisms that go through that kind of thing, what goes on in the Middle East. Particularly, there is a defense interest in the three of them, along with the United States, and what they do to offset Iran, who is not necessarily somebody that Saudis are friendly with, nor is Egypt. So the other point is 2% of our population, which identifies as Jewish, has an enormous influence in this country because of some of the things that they do with finance, law, and communications. So there is an inordinate impact that 2% of the American population has on American events. A lot of other ethnic groups ought to look at that and study what has been done so that they too can acquire and exercise appropriate influence through media, technology, law, and finance.
I tend to think it'll be very difficult, Judge. And good evening to everybody. Good to see you guys. Hey, Dana, how are you?
Hey.
Hey, I think it'll be difficult because, Judge, the aspect of the Federal Reserve being involved with the money laundering or creating debt out of thin air and all of us being debt slaves. And so, from how I've heard it explained, they use the banking cabal and the people who are behind the Federal Reserve use Israel as a pawn or a tool to justify sending all these weapons and the money over there, and then they launder all of it back to themselves. And so they just justify ever increasing levels of spending, and there's always a conflict that's going on, and they're never going to straighten it out because then they would cut off the money going over there. So I don't know where we go, and that'll go into other questions I have and commentary tonight. But I think that's the most difficult part, right? Is we have to break the stranglehold of the bankers and the Federal Reserve in just being able to create more debt willy-nilly, and then we're literally passing it on to our children, grandchildren, and great grandchildren. So it's crazy. In
We
my
can pay
estimation.
more attention to economics, high finance, and banking as we grow up and encourage our children to do so we can get involved in it as well. Now, one of the things about the Federal Reserve is it has been around for about 100 some years, and the purpose for the things because finance has gotten so arcane and, let's say, complicated that few people have any idea what to do with it. Generally, it's within the domain of Congress since it involves money, the raising thereof, taxation, and expenditures, and also the institutions of banking as they are regulated by laws that are passed by Congress. What happens is just the process got beyond the ken of the average congressman, except certain very select committee heads and people who have been in for years and years who get a glimmer of what's going on. But finance requires very intense concentration and application. So the Fed, which is part of the Federal Reserve System, is designed to deal with things that can easily get out of control. It got a big kick when you had the Wall Street crash in 1929, which is something has to be done so that there is an immediate instrument that can control the economic system in the country so it does not degenerate into a depression, which is very harmful to many people. That being the case, back to your point with Israel, Israel does have a utility. And one of the utilities is it gave a significant number of American combat pilots an opportunity to get tested in hot and heavy active combat. Also, an opportunity for some of our aircraft, a lot of which are used to supply the Israeli Air Force, got a chance to go head to head with their then Soviet, now Chinese and Russian counterparts. A lot of the airmen or the pilots in Israeli services are actually American pilots on furlough, extended leave to serve with the Israeli not intelligence, but the Israeli Air Force. There is also another thing too. The Israelis get into some very interesting fights, and we found out a lot that was to our advantage in the late 60s when you had the 1967 war and then the one in 73 afterwards. There were a lot of tank battles, and we discovered that our tanks that we had heretofore thought were inferior to the Soviet brand, the T-54, 55, 62, and then later on T-72, we found out that in fact, contrary to our expectations, our M48, M60 bunch with our 105 guns were actually the equal or superior to the Soviet counterparts. Soviets stacked their ammunition in the wrong places, and if there was a penetrating hit, it was a disastrous explosion that followed after. And the tanks were compact, low to the ground, hard to spot, but hard to fight because of the size. So we found we had a superior product, scared the hell out of the Russians, and they wound up doing some things to change the situation, but they couldn't put them in place because the Soviet Union went down and became Russia and various other states, including the Ukraine. And they're just now getting back to the point where they can do something with what they learned 50 years ago in the Arab-Israeli wars. So that long thing there is one of the benefits we get. We have weaponry that needs to be tested. We also have an active collaboration with Israel when it comes to certain weaponry, including defense missiles, anti-aircraft systems, and also counter armor tactics and weaponry that have been developed, because that's where these things happen. So in today's world, we need that. Now, I'm not saying that's the best way to get it. I am saying that perhaps what needs to go on is a different kind of diplomacy. Now, I'll give this to Jimmy Carter. He got Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begin, that's from Egypt and Israel, respectively, back in the 1970s, to sit down at a table. And whereas they had been bad enemies, they negotiated treaty arrangements and became allies. And now we have quite a few American military installations in Egypt, whereas the Soviet Union used to have them. And the Egyptian army is basically dependent on American supplied material, just like the Israeli military is. So it does have some benefits, but it has a very high cost. And that's what needs to be resolved in terms of what happens if you get a Masada situation in Israel, if it winds up losing to some of its Arabic enemies. You see, the Islamic componentry in the Middle East can lose over and over and over again without going away. But if Israel loses one time, it's all over. And they've already committed themselves to, we'll go nuke if it means that. We're not going down quietly. And the blueprint is the fortress, the Masada fortress, that is a couple of thousand years old, because it was something that happened during the Roman Empire when Israel was part of the empire and Jews were Roman citizens. They rebelled a lot, and there was this fortress that became the center of one particular rebellion. And the Roman legions, with their superior engineering, quickly reduced that fortress, but everybody in it committed suicide or died on the spot rather than surrendering. So they've committed themselves at the leadership level and lower to doing the same thing if they lose out. So what are you going to have to solve the Palestine problem? Two governmental systems or just one? The U.S. favors one, or at least the Biden administration did, whereas Russia and China favored two. So the solution has to be reached, and somebody's got to sit down and impose order on what's going on over there and resolve the matter, like Carter did with Israel and Egypt. So somebody needs to be strong guy with good sense and compel negotiation. I think I know who that might be, but we will see if he does it. So we can't afford this incipient disaster to go on any longer. Now, that's one reason to get involved in the whole thing and intervene, but ordinarily in foreign policy right now, what you have with NATO was for a long while just a police force to ensure that American interests did not get taken over or nationalized. But Europe needs to do what it's got to do. And like Trump said during his speech, we don't need that because we have the Atlantic Ocean. So somewhere in here, we've got to get a resolution. And excuse the long-winded thing, but it's a complex situation. I pass the mic.
Yeah, so just to sum that up, our benefit is that we get to test our weapon systems there, sharpen up our skills with our military guys, and have a foothold in an area where we can then project power through the Middle East.
Exactly. And also to prevent a power vacuum. the ignorant Obama administration did that. And when they took Gaddafi out, which they never should have done, what wound up happening is you had a power vacuum and you started getting some of these radical Islamic entities coming in, and now they are a hazard to world peace. So it's been a long-standing mantra in political science. You never let a power vacuum develop. You always do something about it. Even if you beat the crap out of your enemies, you prop up at least some form of government and you keep them some degree of strength so that they will not be subject to being removed or displaced by something that is more dangerous to you. That's what happened in Iran. We had the Shah of Iran, who was a creature of the United States. He set up OPEC at the dictates of the United States government, specifically through Henry Kissinger, who was Secretary of State. They called for the first oil crisis and all of the huge inflation that occurred after 1974, 73, when the oil crisis hit. But that was something that we screwed up on. And what we got when we got dissatisfied with him was the Ayatollahs, which don't match well with our situation coming out of Iran, particularly since they seem to have nukes these days.
Scary.
Yeah, but let me ask you, Judge, one quick question. I think I'll go after that. But being that we have Israel as an ally at a cost, but we can't pretend that that nation has a great influence on our nation as far as um, the religion side, or even just the propaganda. Being like you said, that 2% own everything. You can see the cost of being, I believe, um, their impact funds and fuels the hatred that is in our country. I mean, when it comes to like whatever it is the propaganda pushes, and I could be wrong. I'm asking you, maybe to guide me in this area, but they own the media and all of the, whether it's Black Lives Matters or whatever it is that is propagated and pushed, is funded by somebody. And I just want to know your opinions on that.
Yes and no. We don't have to listen to what gets channeled to us. Turn the damn television off. Change the channel. Listen to something else. Read a book, for goodness sakes. Even if it's an e-book online somewhere, you can read a book. We don't have to sit in front of that idiot box. See, there is a thing that we don't seem to realize because so many of us are hooked up in it. 2068 years ago, Julius Caesar told Mark Antony, he said, the peasants, the ordinary people, the Romans call them the mob, will not object to me being made emperor for life, which is in violation of leader for life, dictator for life, which is in violation of ordinary Roman law, because they won't care. Why won't they care? If we keep them fed and we entertain them, they won't care. So the phrase she said is "Done pane e sicelsi." Pane is bread. Give them done, bread, and circuses. And the circuses were the gladiatorial contests, the chariot races, the wrestling matches, and the spectacles and pageantry that were put on. And Romans literally lined up every few days for a bread ration, which was supplied by the state. So we have the equivalent today. All of the NFL, NBA, MLB, all of the sports of which it's all over the place. How many games do they have a day, let alone per year now? And you have all of these things that absorb people's attention, and you have all of these other entertainments. You have how many thousands of ways to access stuff that is not good for your mental health, that is defeating to your political independence and conceptualization of events. We have been locked into the circus aspect. We're well fed because we've got a problem with overeating, if anything. And we don't care because we say politics. I don't get involved in politics. I hate politics. Politics is unchristian or whatever it may be. Hell, we can't get away from it. Anytime you have three people trying to do something, you have politics, because if it's just two people, one of them can overawe the other one, or they have to work it out, or they're paralyzed. If it's three people or more, then two people are trying to convince one person to take their side, or either by coercion or by persuasion. So politics is unavailable. If you want to see real politics, go to your local zoo, sit out in front of the primate section, and watch either the baboons or the chimpanzees, and you will see politics that looks just like what humans do. And it's a little bit more basic and raw. And essentially, when it comes down to leadership, we've forgotten what that matters right now. You have people trying to fight, well, excuse me, chimps or baboons trying to fight to beat alpha. But what does mean an alpha? What does that mean? That means you stand between the threat to your pack, your troop, your tribe, and danger. That means you fight for the right to be the first one to die if you made a mistake. But you see, our leadership doesn't think of it that way anymore. We get people who are fancy but have no natural leadership ability, who can't do anything to get anybody to do anything unless they're cloaked with authority. A true leader is somebody who really doesn't need the office. He can get people to follow, listen to, or agree or disagree, or at least react to him or her without any formal position. Now, we don't listen to that, and too many of us say we can't be involved in politics, and too many other ones who are not leaders assume that they can become leaders because they cloak themselves in the authority of an office. It doesn't work that way. That's why we have no leadership, no heroes, and we have a zero-sum game going on right now. No heroes and a lot of zeros. And it is bad for everybody because it has drifted into a dissatisfaction that, instead of dealing with resolving things by becoming more functional, dysfunction is advocated in a way to escape and become dependent on something that's supposed to take care of somebody, like their overgrown, never adult status children. But it doesn't work that way. All you do is set up a totalitarian thing that restricts free speech so you can't find out the truth, that restricts personal freedom because they're scared of what folk might do if they're out of control, restricts people's ability to defend themselves and become self-sufficient and answerable for their own shortcomings, because you don't want that, because you can't cope with it. You never got taught how and don't want to know how. So it is a bad, poisonous situation. But we can do better. And that's what happened in this last election. But you saw what was going on, this sullen, juvenile thing that you saw displayed by the Democratic Party tonight, is they sat there with their little black and white circular little signs they held up with some little stupid arcane point about saving money that did not need to be spent on something. So, I mean, it's a big mess. But what we're doing with this space is attempting to deal with at least getting people to understand what's going on, so they will know what they can do to fight it and return things to functionality, which is good. Now, I pass the mic.
So listen, if y'all want to request to come up, it is open mic. Talk about what happened tonight with the joint session, or anything else you want to ask or talk about. The floor is yours. So request to come up. And if people don't want to request, then Peter and the judge will be happy to carry on a conversation.
I love it. I'll get a premier access. I feel like I'm in a high level master's class. It's great.
Right. And then because I'll say I'll give it like another hour because we did start late. We usually start at 9 and end like at midnight. Sometimes it go over to 1, but we start at 11 and I can still end it at 1. So I don't want people to start requesting to come up 30 minutes before I end. No. But so yeah. What should we mention? It was something else that happened. I don't want to keep talking about Jasmine Crockett tonight because I'm still going to do content on her. But why are these Democrats? I think literally I'm baffled that they really do. Either they really believe that they are so right and Trump is so evil and bad, or it's all an act. It's nothing in the middle. It's either or. And if they really believe that they're so righteous and right, that is a clear sign of someone who is mentally sick. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So it has to be an
I
act.
agree with you. I don't understand how they could think they're going to win in the midterms, right? They're talking about the midterms. The midterms, people are going to realize what's happening, and it's going to be, the other way. I don't see it. They're just doubling down on everything they put forth for this past election in 2024, and they're saying it just again and again and again. They need to sing a new song, and it's just they can't though. Even when I think about it, the policies are so bad, they are terrible. I don't know. You have to change course completely. I don't get it.
So I'm going to go to Ishmael. Did I say your name right? And then Deborah.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, thank family. I really appreciate you calling on me and allowing me to come up. I was just amazed today at the disdain of the Democrats sitting there and shaking their heads when he was talking about protecting our borders and our children. I'm like really? When you're holding up these signs, when we're talking about protecting our children? Oh my God! And then you didn't even have the audacity uh, to uh, to stand up and to show respect to DJ, that young man that had just made it through the brain cancer, that said that he only had a few months to live, and yet here he is. What is it? 6 months later? I mean, 6 years later. I mean, that is amazing and a triumphant story. And then for the president on national TV to say, "Hey, you know what? I know that you inspired to be, an officer. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to make you honorary Secret Service." I mean, I was so happy for him, so happy for the community, so happy for his father and his family. Just amazing. But to see that gall to be disruptive when we're talking about protecting our children and our borders, and you sit there and you're shaking your head and wagging your finger, and you haven't done a damn thing at all. I'll land my plane there.
Mhm.
What
Yeah.
about the guy that great grandfather, father had been in the service? That was his ambition. 6 count letterman in high school, 4.43 grade point average. And Trump said, "I understand you have aspirations to go to West Point. That's a very difficult process to go through, but congratulations as commander in chief. I want to announce and advise you that you got accepted. Welcome to West Point." Beautiful. Beautiful. See, that kind of thing is interesting. And what do the Democrats have to say about it? What do they offer? What did Biden ever say? I got your daughter endangered because I signed off on some perverts coming in the restroom with her. I got your daughter endangered because she can get killed because there are some men that will play against her in her sports. I've got a thing where because some sick perverts want to claim they're women, They can take away the scholarships and the job opportunities so women do not get equal. I want to support your children being corrupted and turned against normalcy in school without you being told about it. What kind of something can you out to the people you're supposed to be representing that they would be proud of or that they could deal with? You see, there's nothing.
And Judge, all these things you just enumerated just sounds like pure evil. So I brought this up before the election. Even we were talking about this in a bunch of different spaces for months on end. I don't see there being reconciliation. I don't see it. How do you reconcile with someone who's pure evil with what you just said? And I don't know how we move forward. What does it look like moving forward when you have this enemy within the country that is supporting things that are diametrically opposed to any modicum of freedom or decency or things that make a nation actually great? How do you fix that?
Absolutely. Let me point something out. To fix it by neutralizing it. America was asleep. I said when Trump first ran, the first time when he got elected, I said, forget whether or not to pick the lesser of two evils. Pick the one that would heighten the contradictions. That's Trump. If he hadn't got elected when he did the first time, we wouldn't know what these people are doing because they just went all overboard trying to double down on dysfunction and nobody was paying attention. Now we do. And I will tell you something. I had a visiting Soviet professor at UCLA in 1967 and 68. It was a woman, and this woman had actually run propaganda for KGB at one time and for the NKVD before that. That was their predecessor. She told us something very profound. She said, America is in grave danger of becoming a fascist nation, not from some jackboot wearing, goose stepping political thugs, but from, as she put it, some pink panty wearing, long haired beatniks who were scared of everything and would gladly impose the worst examples of fascism so they are protected and to keep everybody else from reminding them of their own agencies. Beware of that. She said Russia, which is the foundation of the Soviet Union, one day will be a capitalistic democracy of sorts, a republic, if you would. But we still have to cure things, and we have to go far enough so that there will be no significant numbers of Russians with a living memory of their enslavement under the czars, and that should be somewhere around 1990, which was about 15 years later than what she was talking about. Well, not 15 years, 20 some years later, 24 years later. So it is, and that's what we face now, some pink panty wearing, long haired bigs, which would be contemporized with what you have trying to be forced into ladies' rooms, to be forced on the school children, to be forced down everybody else's throat. The people can't put their own religions up in the public system, but they can put this particular one up because it is a creature of fear. It is, I am fearful of what it means when I'm a man because I have to be brave and courageous. I'm fearful of what it means when I'd have to get pregnant and go through the danger of the birth room. I fear what happens if I'm called upon to fulfill my obligations. So I want to run from them and be something else. But if I'm not a woman, a man, by biology, I can't go through the danger of the birth room that real women go through. And if I am a woman trying to masquerade as a man, they're not going to put me in a combat unit unless I insist, and they're not going to put me in a position where I have to die to protect somebody or something unless I just choose to do that. So it's a cop out of self-hate. Humanity, the United States, the whole world has gotten nowhere when they run from their obligations to be brave, courageous, and rise to the occasion to deal with adversity.
All right. I want to go to Deborah. El Hotep, I don't know what happened when your request come up and then you just dropped down. So Deborah, Maria, and then John.
He might need to update his app if that happens to you. It happens to me sometimes. You update the app and you'll be able to come back.
Good evening, Dana and Judge Joe.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you for hosting. I actually joined Twitter so I could be a part of this because I'm a tech, and I was a tech person in the 90s, and there was a lot going on here in New York City where like everybody was learning code. There were like bookstores and different areas where you could go. You could learn how to do basically what Max now, C platforms or whatever. But anyway, a lot of FBAs, a lot of Americans that were making 100,000 or close to it. We were downsized, and we were downsized with the DEI, and a lot of us were Black Americans. And I also worked at JP Morgan investment banking with the investment banks, where you had to have a minimum of 5 million to work floors. And when I was working there, and it was in the late 90s, I don't know if you know anything about trading floors, but they have something called the pit. In the center of a trading floor, it's recessed, and the young men who sit there, they're usually young men. They do the highest trades. And while I was working as operations manager at JP, when I don't know when Jamie Dimon came in, but anyway, when you started seeing African Americans step into different spaces in the investment bank, like we were vice presidents, traders, analysts, tech types, or whatever, they brought in the H-1Bs. And now when I'm looking at it, you know, like what 3 or 4 decades down the line or whatever, it's just Americans have lost, right? And being here in New York, seeing Trump, seeing what happens here in his buildings, if you ever been into one of his buildings, they're some of the most opulent buildings that you would ever walk into. And also my doctor is saying, like, even when you travel all over the world, you want to go into one of Trump's buildings. So Trump is known and respected all over the world. And what he's done in 4 weeks, he looks like, to me, he's trying to clean up all the mess that started specifically with Clinton to affect the Americans, like meaning the Black Americans and the white Americans that descended from war. He seems like he's trying to help us. He seems like he's trying to annihilate all of the garbage that's happened since Clinton signed that crime bill into law. Because not only did it affect crime, it also affected labor for Americans. And when he signed it, into law, they started closing down the Department of Labor, and people that would specialize, at a meta point on jobs or whatever, they were laid off. And then the H-1Bs were allowed to not the H-1Bs, but the illegal immigrants were allowed to crowd around the Department of Labor offices. And that was the beginning of what we see now. So, and there was a lot of stuff that disappeared. Like, there were agencies that did oversight, because that's what Dodge is. He's doing oversight. He's looking how the government money is spent, seeing if it's spent correctly according to the people's wishes. And if it's not, it should be cut and put into a fund. And the only thing he's looking at is receipts. He's looking at receipts. He's asking who's here. Is there anybody here to work? If there's nobody here to work, like, put that money back into a pot and, distribute it among the American people. So that's all I want to say. And I'm also telling people, listen to Trump, listen to him. Do not listen to major media synopsis, because I had you guys on and then I lost you. I lost your audio, but I was going back and forth, and I picked up ABC, and they say stuff that program people's minds. And one thing about both Maxine Waters and this other girl, Crockett, they're embarrassing to Black American women, man. Black American women walk around and, we just, like, we are not these two people. And for them to use them to go blow up on Trump, I mean, it's so damn embarrassing, and it's making them look really bad. And I'm just explaining it to as many young people as I can. Like, look at this so you can learn how your government works. And you guys can take it from there.
Well, I have a question I want to
Mhm.
ask you.
Okay.
The DEI thing you
hmm
mentioned,
hmm
can you explain that? 'Cause so are you saying that, because this the whole DEI thing was under Biden, right? I think it started rolling out in 2022 or 2023.
hmm
So,
No, it's but see, like DEI, like Judge Joe explains it better than me because he's seen it. When you see stuff with your own eyes and you have that kind of mindset and you can formulate the theory, you see what's going on. I took a lot of math courses, so I was always behind the 8 ball and I could see what was happening, but there was nobody there with me to see it. So then I would, become anxious, probably radical or whatever, but everything that I saw is coming out to play. No, it started in the 90s. It actually, but it probably
how?
made the
Oh, yeah.
it started in
Explain,
the
elaborate a
90s.
little bit on that. The DEI
Okay.
starting in the 90s. What did it look
Okay,
like?
so DEI, even though they're not saying this is what it is. It's gays and uh well, it seems like the top criteria that is that you have to be gay if you're black. So if you want to be a part of it, because I know I lost one job too because I wasn't a lesbian. And it's like here in New York you saw it more. And I heard, Dana, I've heard you say that you were here. I'm not sure when you were here, if you were here when, I mean, people were becoming journalists, but it was just like if you were a smart Black American, they were not choosing you. So you had to be a first generation immigrant or an immigrant, an H-1B, attached to some NGO. And usually with the DEI, they're attached to some NGOs because I know some people, who created NGOs so they could get some of that money. And
Oh,
but
I get what you're saying now.
mhm.
Okay, right.
But it's
Well, I
invisible.
was
It's
born.
invisible. It was
Right,
invisible
right, right.
up until Biden.
So I was born and raised in New Jersey in East Orange, so it's like 30 minutes from New
Oh,
York. So
yeah, I love East Orange.
I don't, but
I
but
mean,
not
but
anymore.
Oh,
you
Dana,
see
I
it
didn't
now
know
though,
that.
right?
Yeah,
I'm from
so
Jersey.
yeah, I'm from New Jersey. I'm not from Ohio in the Midwest. So I grew up hanging out in New York in the tri-state area. Like, so yeah. So now that you're saying that, yes. But see, and that's the thing. I get what you're saying, even on a business, corporate, or professional level, because where we come from, the tri-state, we deal with a lot of microaggressions as opposed to the South.
Right.
Yeah, so as opposed to the South, everything is more it's racism with I don't like you in your face. They're more blunt about it. But up
hmm
north, where we're at, it's more microaggressions. And so what you're breaking it down, explaining it, it's like, yeah, okay, I do remember seeing that. However, and it was a select few, but
hmm
during that time, also like in the 90s or early 2000s, you still had a lot of Black people that were into like Black pride and stuff like that. And
hmm
kind of seen stuff, it started to fade after a while because, it was just a lot going on in the tri state. But to your point, I agree with you. And I didn't think of that because they didn't have a name that they weren't pushing out all these labels that they push out now, but it was very underhanded. And now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, yeah, they either attached to a nonprofit or NGO or something, or they're part of a certain community.
hmm
And
They create communities and you're not a part of it, but you can't say anything because
right.
yeah,
Well,
it was that it was that.
yeah, Deborah, if you look at the precepts and the origins of this, right, it all is communist um, in its genesis.
hmm
Because the whole design of it is to break down the family unit and to break down order so that you then have people totally reliant upon the state, right? And the state is the one who gives everything and they tell you what is supposed to happen or not. And if you look at equity, right, it is a
Right.
communist term.
hmm
And they tie all these other aspects into it and
Okay,
they
equity
know
is
the
not a
racial
communist
history.
term. Equity is a financial term. That's the way I see it. I see it as a financial term because, you buy a house, you put equity in your house and it builds your wealth. So, like the equity, to me, they were removing the American equity, the American labor equity, bringing in the H-1Bs because they know they could control them. And another thing I want to say, too, is our ancestors were forced to lose their language and relearn English as the language. And now that we've mastered, because when I was here in the 90s, and I'm not sure, Dana, where you were in the 90s, you might have still been in high school or something, but like everybody here in New York, I mean, it was just so much fun. And you saw everybody on the trains, but the trains, in the Bed-Stuy, Fort Greene, Clinton Hill areas, like it was predominantly Black, and everybody was professional, and everybody was dressing up every day, I mean, and it was just so much fun. You go to work all day, even if somebody fired you because you were racist, you could go around the
And
corner
get
and
another
get a temp
job.
job. Yeah, and the same day,
Right. Wait, how old are you? How old are you?
I'm in my 50s, mid
Okay, so I'm
50s.
45. So I graduated
Oh,
high school in 95, but I was after high school, like I was always in New York, and I was doing a lot of partying. It was just a lot to do. It was
yeah,
a lot
you
going
partied all the
on.
time.
Right.
I wish you had met my friend Agnes. She passed away. She was a journalist. Oh, she would have loved you and took you under her arm and made you become a journalist.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's
It's-
what I'm saying. It was a lot going
Mhm.
on, and a lot of people were doing the damn thing, and making
Mhm.
money. So
Mhm.
yeah, and I think, and because they did not have a label on things, it was more so behavior. So
Mhm.
yeah, let me so just hold that for a second. I want to get to Maria, John, and El
Okay.
Hotep. Go ahead, Maria.
Okay.
Thank you for the honor of your microphone, and Judge Brown, thank you for the honor of being in the room.
1 second, Maria. 1 second. Judge, are you still there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, good. Okay, go ahead, Maria.
Well, thank you both for the honor of the microphone. I'm in my 70s, and I've seen a lot. Affirmative action did come through my generation, and it started off well, but it has to have an expiration date. I'm sorry, because it starts souring and gets prejudicial by habit, not by intent. And people need to learn to like us Native American Indians, we kind of like our outsiders. We're never, part of anyone, anything. But to get a hand up is wonderful. To get out a hand out all the time gets you hooked. It's like a crack addict and the drug dealer. You get in the habit of depending on others. And what I saw also in the 70s, the whites and the blacks got along.
Mhm.
We were swinging to
Mhm.
Donna Ross and Motown. We got along. And then there was what was interesting to me as a native was how blacks were picking on other blacks because the shade of your skin. You guys were, uh, a racial group were picking on one another, and it was like, why can't none of us get along? But when I sat on the outside and I asked God, well, this is Satan. He wants all of us to be against one another, have chaos where we can't sit down as adults and talk things out peacefully. It's always has to be violent. It always has to be, some sort of excuse to hate. And I think the best years of our lives were in the 60s and 70s when we had the music, we had the love, we had a culture of Americanism that we were so proud. It didn't matter what skin you were. We were just grooving to good times, and we were working. We looked good. We wore good clothes. We looked professional. the gals with our nylons and garter belts at first and girdles, and then the pantyhose and stuff like that. We've come a long way, baby. And with the women, you know, we really rocked as women. And what is attacking us is the same old strife. It just takes on a different form. Uh, if we believe in God, God made us for a purpose. He likes variety. I like variety in my food, in my clothes. Why not people? I mean, we'd be pretty boring if we only had me in the world, a cookie cutter, and you guys be bored to death.
Oh, can I
But
interject there? Because I have a theory on that. My
oh,
theory is
please.
that people are as you say, because when I lost because I would get fired a lot because I wasn't into corruption or whatever. But my thing is on an everyday level, because I've seen it from the top, the middle, and then I would just spend some time in the board of elections here in New York, and that's a whole nother conversation. On the general principle, everybody does get along, everybody does go to work, make money, take care of their families, but it's the television, it's the whole media, global conglomerate that keeps people apart, because people have these huge TVs in their house. And I can tell people 1,000 times, I don't watch TV, I don't watch TV, I don't watch TV, but they never hear me because these things are so large, it's penetrating their brains, and they're just programmed, and there's nothing that you're ever going to be able to do about it, unless they wake up. But people accept each other for who they are, as long as they stay away, from the programming. That's what I think.
I
And
agree
yeah.
100%.
Hmm.
But see, back in the 60s, our parents shoot us out of the house.
Oh yeah, that's
We
true.
had to we had to use our imagination to make toys. I mean,
Hmm.
I had sticks that I had to make into dolls because I
Hmm.
couldn't even afford one. And there were a lot of poor whites, etc., and so on. But everybody knew everybody in the neighborhood. But
Where did you grow up? Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Annandale, Virginia.
Hmm.
But I worked in Washington, D.C., and that's where I was born.
Okay.
But back in the day, there wasn't even a box for Native American Indian. So either you were white or you were black. And
Hmm.
there are some tribes like the Blackfoot Nation that are very black, and they can pass as black, and so they marked it as black. But it's keeping the stereotype alive. These programs, these medias are only focusing on the bad and not on the good. And
No,
we,
it's something. It's even more diabolical. What they're doing is, okay. The Democrats, they have them totally programmed in the brain to tell everybody that these horrible things are going on all over the world, and everybody's racist and all of that. But in the 90s, when 2000 or whatever, that's when everybody was getting their jobs based on merit. You know, and I was also I wasn't at 9/11, but I was on an engineering project. And when 9/11 happened, so many of those young people, like I met some of them, they had been a lot of the people have been at the Michael Jackson concert the night before. So if you get to see that show live, a lot of those people didn't make it the next day. And it's been 20 years, and I finally went over there to that site. And I know some stuff that I can't really talk about here because as engineers, you learn stuff that you really can't talk about around real people. But those buildings, those planes did go into the buildings, but one of the planes, a friend of mine saw it, and he said, Deborah, it was flying too low, first of all, so it should have been shot out of the air, because he was a Marine. And then he said it had no windows. I mean, there were no windows in there. He said, like, it just went into the building like a bullet. And then I had coworkers who were in the building, and they were actually, because if you ever worked in a high rise, they train you how to evacuate, and they deputize you as fire people, firemen, fire women, and help you evacuate the buildings. And tons of people got out. But then tons of people were told they were safe, and they didn't get out, so they didn't use the training that they had to get out. So that they're listening to the televisions. So it's the programming. If people turn the TVs off and just like start going to work every day, and help the kids learn how to read and write, and do basic mathematics. They need to learn, if they learn triangles by the second or third grade, and then learn everything about the triangle and the unit circle, they can become coders, engineers, mathematicians. And I think that's where Trump is in his brain, because he does have young people in his family. And I mean, I'm looking forward to all of this. And I'm also telling parents, especially Black parents, Black American parents, take the money that you're buying on cell phones, tennis shoes, or whatever, buy those kids Arduino robotic kits. Let them learn how to learn how to do motion. With the robotics, this stuff is free online. You spend $100 and your kid can learn how to build a robot. So I'm just telling people, if we don't get in it, like China is way ahead of us. And our kids, we took some poor kids and gave them some Legos and different things. And the young man who was teaching them, he was like, Deborah, the baddest ones are the smartest ones. It's like, you see how fast they put that stuff together. And he was like, why don't they put this on TV? Because he was from Lebanon. He's like, why don't they put this on TV? And I'm like, what do you think? And he figured it out, and it was the craziest thing. He said, well, they're messing up these kids, at a young age by not teaching them this stuff.
Right.
So I'm just screaming to everybody, buy your kids, your grandkids. Arduino is the one, Arduino, and it teaches them basic C code, and it also teaches them movement. And once they learn movement, they're gonna take off.
How do you
Especially the boys.
spell it out again? And then I'm gonna go to John. Spell it out again.
A is in apple, R is in rabbit, D is in dog, UINO, Arduino. Just Google it.
Okay.
And then they'll start to send you other, because there's the Arduinos, and then you have to buy, the different attachments. Like I think some of the stuff you may have heard of is like, I don't know, DigiKeys. You guys probably are not gonna know some of the
I don't know.
terms,
I
but
know my
Arduinos is a
grandkids like
place to start.
Roblox.
Yep, that's like for the little bitty ones. That's good.
Okay.
That's good.
All
And
right. So
Deborah, we know that it was a controlled demolition. So you're
Yeah.
in good company. You don't have to feel bashful about.
Oh,
We
okay.
know.
All right.
We
All
know it.
right.
all right.
Yeah, it was horrible.
I wanna
Yeah.
go
Okay.
to
Uh,
John.
uh, uh,
Oh, go
may
ahead,
I
Maria.
close?
Okay, so after Maria, I'm gonna go to John, Hotep, and Debbie. Go ahead.
Okay, because with President Trump announcing opening shipyards and automobile dealers, makers and stuff like that, we're going to need all the young people we can get to learn how to run the robotics on the line and stuff like that again, and to engineer cars, engines, and all kinds of stuff. There is an advertisement floating around on X of a floating car that looks very similar to the Jetsons. It was made in 1958. And it was something, it's something that can be for the future, and we can do it. American know-how, we got it started. It's on the shelf. It can be revived, given CPR. And I believe in the youth. If we have parents like you guys here, and Judge Brown, who's very wise and kind to give his knowledge, we can do it. We can all do it. All races.
All right, I want to go to John.
Yes, thank you for letting me on. What I found so interesting is that when Trump was reading out the whole Doge information that they found out, the Democrats, they protested when he was reading out the facts. Like, why would you want to protest against waste? I mean, billions of dollars of taxpayers' money going away to these scam NGOs, scam businesses, and we know people are being, their bank accounts are being fattened up. But the entire Democratic Party, I think they are corrupt, because
their hands are caught in the cookie jar. I'm loving it.
that's why they don't like Trump, because Trump is exposing them. Sunlight is the
Yeah.
best disinfectant, and that's what's going on. I mean, it was atrocious. How they were just booing and saying, "Oh, you lie, you lie, you lie." I mean, that's crazy. I mean,
Well,
somebody
well,
explain that to me.
in planning exercises, you work 15 to 20 years. You're doing your work for 15 to 20 years ahead of time, right? So these guys with the U.S. aid, I mean, I couldn't believe some of the stuff that I'm hearing, and I still haven't looked at the list. But their hands have been caught, and then there were oversight companies, like little. There would be oversight companies from England here in
Yeah.
America, or oversight. So that's what Dodge is doing, because all of this stuff was in place and it just disappeared. I think it disappeared after the crime bill, because I actually interviewed for a job, and the couple who interviewed me, they were mad because the agency that was working chose a H-1B, and they were like, this guy can't even speak English,
Mm.
and he had a master's and I didn't. And there's some other stuff about that too. Dana, and Judge Joe, you guys probably could speak more on this, but Judge Joe definitely. But there was I guess you call it an invisible caste system in place with the Hindus and the
Mm-hmm.
Indians. So when you come into work, one of my very close friends, he was a phlebotomist, and he had labeled his tubes and put them out, for the test labs to pick them up. And this man got his, he was an East Indian, took his tubes and mislabeled them so he could be fired.
Jesus.
And then I've had stuff happen to me. Like I was taking a class, a technical writing class, and the Jewish lady, she was like, oh, we want people like Deborah in our classes, and she introduced me to this H-1B East Indian. He was darker than me. And I took his class, and he accused me of cheating, and the reason he accused me of cheating is because he was asking people, what do they listen to when they study? And everybody said hip hop. And I said John Coltrane, and he just went like whack, and he didn't like me from that point on. So I've studied the caste systems. I see them, and they look at the African American as the cast. What the
Mm-hmm.
cast looks like in the house. That's the way we've been treated. So, and it's all been invisible. But now, like, I'm in my, mid-50s, and I'm seeing it now, and it's like, damn, we can't let this happen to the next generations. We
Yeah.
cannot let it happen. We
Yeah.
gotta, we can't be like Maxine Waters, we
Man,
can't be like Al
she's
Sharpton.
she's
We
a
can't be like
disgrace. She's
them.
a disgrace. A big
I'm not going to
hypocrite.
call her a disgrace, because she's an elder and I respect my
No,
elders, but I think she's
no.
being used. No, she's being used, and she's all caught up in it,
Wait,
but
hold on
she's
for a
being
second.
used.
Hold on for a
Mhm.
second. Judge, are you still
Mhm.
there?
I'm still there, and I don't like Maxine
Oh,
Wastewater.
no, no, yeah,
Never
because
have
I didn't. I want to
since
make sure
50
your
something
audio is
years ago.
okay.
I ran into her campaigning. I thought it was really cruddy what she was doing. She's been an
Mhm.
opportunist and a typical Democrat who has got no principle. They just do stuff as it becomes a matter of expediency. By the way, I think what the main problem that I was seeing from the particular reactions I saw tonight was the Democratic Party is very upset with Trump trying to end their campaign of emasculation. The word
Mhm.
doesn't
Mm.
work well when
Yes.
you have don't have male and female. The yin
Yes.
yang principle is
Uh-huh.
violated. The other point is I know a lot of Democrats I used to be a career Democrat, and there are just too many of them stealing, embezzling,
Mm-hmm.
and misappropriating public funds. And it is amazing to me. I just say, what are you doing? Well, it's our turn now to take the grade. No, it's your turn to do right. What's the matter
Our
with you?
turn.
And it's a filthy thing. It's like,
Mhm.
goodness gracious, how did you expect to get away with this? It's like
Mhm.
this sense of immunity, and I saw it a lot when I was a defense lawyer and as a criminal court judge. I didn't see it as a prosecutor because I was too young and wasn't paying attention to it. But as a defense lawyer and then as a criminal court judge, that's before I had that show. I saw it all the time. Con men or con artists, they can be women too, they think they're immune from being caught because they think
Mm-hmm.
they're smarter than everybody, but they're not. And they depend
No.
upon dishonest people for the most part to be able to run the cons they run. So they have this arrogant thing about them. It's just like, I can't get caught. I'm so smart. And then
Mm-hmm.
if you tell them, well, excuse me, sir defendant, but it seems to the court that what you're doing, huh? Yes, it's not that hard to figure out.
Hmm.
Where did you get the idea that you were immune from discovery?
Yeah. I want to go to El Hotep.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Is he still up here? Oh, El Hotep. Yeah, you're muted.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you
Yes.
hear me? I don't know. There's something wrong with this audio. Yeah, I just want to touch on something that Deborah said and the judge said. Um, Real quick, something that the judge said was quite interesting because I had a conversation with a friend of mine, well, a family friend, and he's a lot older, so he was explaining something that he sees and that I kind of listened to from a lot of the spaces that I've been listening to. I think that a lot of the Democrats are crashing out because they have no plan. And
Right.
there's, from what I've been told, it's a civil war within the Democrat Party. Um, you got a lot of people who are still upset about what happened with Bernie Sanders. I know a lot of my friends, they're still kind of upset about that, and they're still haven't gotten over it. And because of that, they're looking at the Democrat Party as an establishment party, which is something I don't know why they didn't see that years ago, but that's something that a lot of people who are within their young mid 30s, they're not over that, right? Something Deborah brought up when I seen a lot of this stuff taking place was in the early and mid 2000s, like, well, no, I'm sorry, 2012, 2013, especially real heavy in Obama's first term, where you had, if you're a degenerate, it's okay, whatever feels good, do it. Um, get rid of ICE, get rid of these borders. I've heard a lot of this talk when I was in college, like I said, 2012, 2013. So to hear this stuff now, it's not really surprising. I think a lot of this stuff has started in the college level and it just increased and it got out of hands. So I think once we get to the root cause of that, and I think once people start talking about this Department of Education and really paying attention to that, because I don't think Trump has really talked about that yet. But once he starts talking about the Department of Education and a lot of the subjects that's talked about in the school, and especially the college level, it's up. And I think that's when the Democrats are going to really go, excuse my language, batshit crazy.
So when you say Bernie, do you mean when he ran when he ran for when did
20
he run?
the first term. I'm sorry, the first time when Obama had invited him to the White House,
Mhm.
and whatever conversation they had, it was just like, sit down, Bernie, and shut up. A lot of
Mhm.
people who I knew supported Bernie Sanders or the Democrat Party felt like that was a slap in their face.
Well, we
And
felt like we felt like here in Brooklyn, that he
mm,
won because he grew up in Brooklyn. He won his primary, and they stole it from him. And they called the election, before the election closed, they called it and gave it to Hillary. And everybody, all of my peers, we used to do something called Thirsty Thursday, and everybody we took a sample, and everybody had voted for Bernie. So how the hell did Hillary win? So it's
yeah,
yeah,
I
they've been
agree with
doing a lot of stuff. They've been doing a lot of stuff.
you. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, that was one major thing that I know a lot of people that,
A
and
lot of
I'm in
young
my
Black
mid
American
30s.
men were really into Bernie. I never understood why, but they were talking me into voting for him. So
I
it
think
was a
I
lot
think
of
it
young
was
Black
just
men.
the rhetoric. I just think it was the he was um somebody told, okay, I'll give you an example why. Someone told me he was the white Cornell West.
Mm.
And I could see that kind of,
Hmm.
but in that same conversation me and this individual was having, he said what messed him up, meaning Bernie Sanders, he's anti-reparations. So that was the tipping point for him. But when he brought that to my attention, I said, okay, that is an interesting point. I I don't see it that way, but I can see why a lot of, like you pointed out, a lot of black men would have supported him. But like I was saying, I know a lot of people that, and recently, this past election, how the Democrats handled that Gaza situation. They didn't have the young lady speak during their convention. They felt that Biden and Kamala was just going to support, um, as they seen it, Palestinians getting killed, and they weren't cool with that either. So I don't know. I know a lot of my Democrat friends. They're still up in the air with what's going to happen in 2026 and 2028. Um, but I could kind of see what that individual was telling me, that there is some kind of civil war within the Democrat Party, and they don't really know what is next.
Well, there's a book, if you can, there's a book that I like to tell people to read. It's by David Quigley, and it's called Second Founding. Well, this one, it's basically about New York, but I didn't know that the Democratic Party, when the Klan was started, it was actually started here in New York City. And I'm also a little afraid that, they're going to push this DEI thing. That's why the Crockett girl and Maxine Waters, I just wish, they weren't Black women, trying to create this upheaval, because they're being used, so anyway.
Yeah.
I don't think
Oh.
Maxine is being used. I think Maxine is being Maxine.
Mhm.
I was in Los Angeles when she ran for her first office, and I came to one of her first campaign functions raising money. I was not impressed. But anyway, I call her Maxine Wastewater because she's always puddling around in stuff that has gone through something or another rather than anything original. Like, I have this show on Friday, or did, with Valerie Denise, until Soros bought up 400 of the blog talk radio stations and cut everybody that was conservative off. And we had this thing where it was about the homeless, and Maxine was speaking to the homeless, and she says, "You're just embarrassing everybody. Why don't you just get off the streets and go home? Go home." And somebody said, "Are you a fool? We're out here protesting because we have no home to go to. What's wrong with you?"
Yeah, she's
And
out of touch.
she's been calling for specific violence, advocating specific types of acts of violence and targets to go violent. And
Mm-hmm.
she's not saying these things on the House floor or going to and from Congress. So she's technically liable for attempting to incite a riot or a disturbance. But that woman is about as out of it and always has been as the other young lady who's got the wig weave and the barn door eyebrows stuck on with
Crockett,
her.
that's her last name.
Yeah, I was going to get there. Crockett. That's
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
exactly who I'm talking about. She seems to have all of her brains sucked into the roots of her wig weave or her
But that's because
eyelashes
she's funded. She's funded
by
by
Soros.
Soros and woke tech people. So yeah, she's their mouthpiece. But I want to go to Debbie, then Black Idaho.
Final comment. She's ignorant.
Very, yes.
Judge, remember when
And
she was in
stupid.
front of the crowd saying, "Get out there, get in front of their face, and if you see them in a restaurant, go up to them and disturb their meal." This is exactly what you're talking about. She's nuts.
Yeah, that'll get somebody in a world of trouble.
All right, I want to go to Debbie and then Black Idaho. Go ahead, Debbie. You got mute.
Sorry. Judge Joe, would it be possible for me to get someone to get me a phone call with President Trump? Because I see so many solutions that are falling through the cracks because people don't think about them or don't see them or haven't heard them. Like, they're talking about how expensive energy is, how high energy cost is. Did you know that there's only one nuclear power plant in this country that can reuse nuclear waste? And the more you reuse it, the less toxic it becomes.
Yep.
Every other country in the world does this, but we don't.
Right.
And all this, they're going to upgrade the nuclear power plants on the grid, make them so they can reuse nuclear waste. We have enough stocked right now to power this country for the next 150 years. Why wouldn't we do that?
We need nuclear engineers, though, and I'm not sure we have.
Well, and that's part of the problem is over 50% of people that graduate in STEM professions aren't from here.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to
But do
reverse
we have
that.
a lack? Do we have a lack of people that are from here that are going to school for engineering in those fields?
Well, part of the problem is that a lot of high schools have stopped teaching advanced mathematics.
Right. Well, there's a problem there. That's that, because a professor, I had a Chinese professor tell me this, as well as a Jewish professor, that the biggest black hole in academia, in political economy, as well as the private sector, is that you're bringing all these people over here and they speak English, but they don't comprehend it. So speaking English and comprehending it are two different things. And in the schools, I've got, the professors are all from someplace else, and they fail the black kids. Like I've seen them failing young black men just because they're young black American men, failing them in mathematics because they don't know how to teach them. You taking something like differential equations where it takes you two chalkboards, to finish the equation. It takes you like half hour, whatever, and then the professor has the shit wrong. And if the kid doesn't catch it, if the kid doesn't catch it, or if the students don't catch it, they're screwed. So you have this going on all over the country. So that's why we don't have the engineers. And then, I was in project management, so I got to work with the different disciplines, but a lot of the guys that I met from Texas, they used to say, they'll throw some concrete or some pavement down and make a road in some of these countries in Africa and where the people are coming from, and then call them engineers, but they don't have the DNA of an American engineer. So there's a whole lot of problems. But yeah, that nuclear power, yep, it could definitely be used to help power the country. You're right about
Well, I mean,
that.
there's other things though, like
Mhm.
President Trump talked about freedom cities,
Mm-hmm.
using state or federal land to make freedom cities. I would rather someplace like Pine Bluff, Arkansas,
Mm-hmm.
be brought back. I mean, they have so many houses in that city that were just abandoned
Yep, that's
because
key.
the industry died and people left.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't you just refurbish those homes, put young families in them, invest in industry in that town? I mean, that city used to be a safe haven for escaping runaway slaves during the Civil War. That's a town I want to see succeed.
I tell you what, you go to Pine Bluff, Arkansas, I won't. I don't like the place. I've been through there many times. They
Arkansas is a
have some
scary
good
state.
people, but there's nothing going on in Pine Bluff. It's totally boring. You can get your rocking chair together and put it on a ragged front porch and have a sip of moonshine, and that's about the extent of what you're going to do. But anyway, the thing with the nuclear power, there are some problems with it. Eventually, it catches up with you, and the problem is where do you store the waste? So it doesn't go away, and considering the way the infrastructure for energy delivery has gone down, so it is very much a pale shadow of what it used to be. Local utility companies break down when it comes to water supply, electricity, gas, you name it. And I'd hate to see this net expanded into a nuclear thing with the deplorable, dilapidated state it's in. Plus, there's some new developments that can allow petroleum to be used for building rather than burning. So you don't cut back on the petroleum industry's human labor base.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some other solutions that will be a little bit cleaner, but they need to be looked into, but nobody seems interested in them. So we'll see what happens there. And the other point is, uh, school is being made entirely too easy, supposedly
Mm-hmm.
because blacks and other minorities are
Mm-mm.
incapable of handling the difficulty, but that's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
We've handled it for a long time, and instead of dumbing it down, like you alluded to, about no cursive writing, no memorization of multiplication tables, instructors that don't really understand what math is about, which is it's not counting,
Mm-hmm.
it's about relationships. And you have a big problem, and you start teachers off in a lot of school systems at 28 to 32,000 a year. So who has gone through all of the things you have to go through with calculus and math analysis is going to want a job that starts at 28 to 32,000 a year, where the students are taught social agendas rather than getting educated in stuff that has a utility. It's There's a lot that needs to be done. And if we don't do something about once again making it a national priority, we will fall even further behind. In the 50s, late 40s, 50s, and 60s, education was looked at as a defense priority.
Mm-hmm.
And it
I
was
still look at
really
it like that.
encouraged. Nowadays, it's looked at as an evil necessity to be made as easy and palatable as possible for the students so that their dreams of being one particular thing that they're supposed to formulate when they're 12, 13, or 14 won't be disrupted, but that has nothing to do with the hyper competitiveness of the real world.
Right.
So when we have these inappropriate attitudes and perspectives that we socialize and acculturate our children with, they're going nowhere until we turn things around, which is what we have to. We have to put, like, for example, I am really hot on this because I've seen so many incompetent lawyers. But yet, the state of Washington last year, just 2 years ago, rather, excuse me, just sent its bar exam into oblivion, saying it was too difficult for minority lawyers. If they
Mm.
can't pass the bar, they don't need to be practicing anybody's damn law because there are too many incompetents. I've noticed what we do to ourselves. There are a number of people who are supposed to be prominent civil rights lawyers, some of whom get the big cases, but interestingly enough, they've never had a trial, so they're not really accomplished or even completed lawyers. They're like medical students who finished medical school but have never done an internship or a residency. They don't know what the hell they're doing.
Right.
So
I
we've
want to.
got a
Oh,
whole
go
lot
ahead.
of stuff we've got to do about making this thing tougher. It's like train hard, fight easy. Like if you are a boxer or something, or even a soldier, train hard, play easy if you're an athlete. So we have to toughen this up so we make our educational system harder, make a challenge
Mm-hmm.
out of it. When you make it too doggone easy, it's no challenge and it becomes hyper boring.
Right. All right. I want to go to Black Idaho, then Show and I. Cause I'm trying to get through the speakers. So I'm getting tired. But Black Idaho, hi.
Hey, peace and blessings. How you doing? Don't go to sleep on me. How you doing, Dana?
I'm not. No, I'm gonna keep this space going for a little while longer. But I'm just saying, I want everybody to be
Hey,
able to
hey,
speak.
you're doing awesome. Love your cowboy hat as usual. Um, this is a great space. Judge, how you doing? I hope you're doing well as well,
Doing
good
fine,
sir.
sir.
Hey, there's a couple things I wanted to talk about. This recap. This is a great recap. Trump, Trump looked very like a leader to me today. He looked like he was commanding the room. I think the Democrats really showed how petty they were. Um, that wasn't a good look. I also wanted to say kudos to that little boy DJ. You know, I'm a federal employee, so I always like to give kudos to the guys who want to be in that field. So he looks so handsome, and kudos to that guy. But Judge, what I wanted to come up here and talk to you today about, and Dana, you can chime in as well. I wanted to talk to you guys and ask you guys, what do you think the ramifications of those tariffs are going to be? You know, from the China, from the Canada. You know, I'm out here in Idaho, you know, right? So Canada's right here. So in Mexico as well. So what do you think? Because I like to talk about money, Judge. How is that going to affect the American economy? I don't know if you talked about that, but I
I
would love for you to explain that.
We haven't, but in my opinion, there might be a few very short term bad aspects to it, but in the long term, it's necessary. Everybody charges tariffs against us to keep us from competing in international markets. Our prices are uniformly higher. It used to be a justification because we made better, but that's not the case because we've allowed our industrial base to slip. And secondarily, we have forgotten what a work ethic is. And as a third problem, we have forgotten the fine art of satisfaction with a good job done. So those things are not good, and tariffs are necessary because it's absolutely ridiculous to keep having a deficit in the trade balance. So we used to be a nation of producers and exporters. Now all we do is import and pay tariffs to other people. So it's time that stopped. Go to your kitchen and look in there and see if you can find anything in your kitchen made in America. Everything in there will be made in China. Why is that? What is going on with this problem? Okay. Somebody that was a barber told me when I was traveling through Georgia to campaign for Trump a few months back. He said, that's a hurt. Said, if all of the stuff we have in here is made in China, if we put tariffs on it, it's going to come up with extra expense being a barber. I made the observation. I said, do you think that all of your equipment in here is as good as it could be? So, well, no, there are some changes. I said, I heard you talking about them. Now, if you have the tariffs, which make the Chinese manufactured product more expensive, don't you think that gives you an opportunity to get in on the ground floor of making some patent changes in this equipment so you can become one of the manufacturers or designers for this equipment instead of being stuck with what you have to pay extra for coming in from China? So I never thought of it that way. I said, see, it provides opportunity because when you reduce the competition for the domestic market or manufacturing segment of the domestic market can expand to fill the vacuum. That means more jobs for people. That means more opportunity to innovate because your capital base increases. And that means that you can manufacture a product in greater volume at a lower price, which makes you more competitive on an international level than you were. Both. So there are all kinds of considerations about why to raise tariffs. And as a matter of fact, that's been an ongoing debate going back to the constitutional founding of this country.
Okay.
Well, thank you, good sir. I'm sorry, Dana. Were you going to say something? I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't. Go ahead.
No, no. Hey, that's what I thought. Calm before the storm, right? Or better yet, the storm before the calm. So, hey, I really want to say thank you for saying that too. But last but not least, could you dissect what's the deal with this guy Al Green? What was that about today? I thought it was like he looked like an agent. What was that about?
He's a true believer.
And what, sir?
uh, I keep telling people one of the reasons politics looks so crazy these days is it's not really politics. They're trying to impose a cult on the country. The rainbow cult. You can't put a cross, uh, a Hebrew star, a Star of David, rather. You can't put an Islamic crescent, an image of Shiva or Buddha in a school or a government building, but you can put the rainbow in it. And the rainbow is a system of behaviors that is essentially based on negative self-hate. So they push it, push it, push it, push it some more, expect everybody to allow their children to be indoctrinated with this. And it is totally inappropriate because it has all sorts of negative side effects. But that's what they're doing. They're true believers. They believe in it. They want to convert everybody to this thing. They don't care about the ramifications. They don't care about what is going on negative in the country. They just want this. And that's what you saw. You saw a true believer. Because there is another aspect in here too. You have to take that into consideration. And what is that aspect? If you tell that lie long enough and loud enough, you can get everyone, and this is the caveat, including the liar or liars, to believe it's true. And these liars tell this tale about this abnormalcy that they're trying to push, where you destroy the yin yang balance between man and woman. They're trying to say that's normal. They're trying to say that there's something other than man and woman normal. And what is it, 126 genders? That's crap. That's deviancy, that's degeneracy, and that's just delusion from people that do not wish to put forth the strength, effort, and have the integrity, the drive, the courage, and the bravery to answer the call for whatever they happen to be. So it's a bad thing, and that's why this looks so crazy, is when you get a Green, he's an idiot. He does not understand what he's doing. He thinks this is 1964, 50, 65, or 6, where somebody is a 19-year-old, naive, immature student trying to protest the war.
Yeah.
That's not what's going on here.
Show and I.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you, Dana, for bringing me up. Peace, Judge. Yeah, I was really irritated by Mr. Green. The Democrats always go get melanated, complected folks to try to make their point and to be their crash dummies. And it was so disrespectful, to, the Black Americans, period, because that was like representing us. And it's utterly ridiculous, and I'm just tired of it. But my question I have for the judge, um, considering the Congressional Black Caucus is not really working in our best interest, I've been trying to figure out, ways that we can kind of work around them. Are they considering this a Congressional Black Caucus and taking into account of the recent ruling on affirmative action? Are they even constitutional? Should they be
Well,
outlawed based upon just saying they're doing things based on race? With that, I'll land. Thank you for letting me speak.
okay, let me say something about the Black Caucus. All but about 4 or 5 of the Black Caucus are members of the so-called Liberty Caucus. What's the Liberty Caucus? You might know it by another name, the LGBTQIA Caucus. So just about all of the Black Caucus members are elected because they can fit into the Black Caucus, but what they serve is the LGBTQIA community. Now, that's good politics for that community, but that community has morphed into a rainbow cult, which is not the same thing. No more than, let's say, if you're a Christian and do you have to support Branch Davidian, or if you are Islamic, do you support Al Qaeda or ISIS? So you have this kind of dichotomy going on here. And we do not really have African American, Black, Negro, colored representation. We have some that look like they ought to do that, but they actually represent the rainbow cult as their primary constituency. So you also have a lot of white people that are members of the Black Caucus who are essentially LGBTQIA cult members in Congress, but they're white, but they are members of the Black Caucus. For example, the head of the Black Caucus's Reparations Committee was named Steve Cohen. He's still in Congress. He's in a wheelchair, and he's a gay white Jew, and he represents the Ninth Circuit in Tennessee, right here in Memphis, where I am. And his landmark piece of legislation just got undone by President Trump. And that was in the 16 years he's been in Congress. His landmark piece of legislation is a requirement that the congressional cafeteria use exclusively paper straws. So that's one hell of a lack of responsiveness to his constituency, which has some definite and definitive needs that are unique to it. It's a 75% black district with a gay, white, Jewish representative. So just think about that situation, and he keeps getting the black bloc vote when he delivers nothing, because he's been sold by the Democratic Party as somebody that will advance black interests. But a casual or intense examination of his voting record and what he's done in committees while he's been in Congress shows he's done absolutely nothing. But that's typical. So we need to do something about spreading the word, and we need to make Greens and Marjories look like the fools that they are. We need Maxine wastewaters to be exposed for the fraud that they have perpetrated for years. So that doing, it's an interesting thing. If the lie told long enough and loud enough can get anybody to believe it, the truth is even more capable of getting people to accept it as truth, because truth has an internal integrity, a consistency, something that is self-evident. Like our preamble documents say, we hold these truths to be self-evident that. You see, some things are like that. And we have to rely on the fact that there are some truths that are self-evident, and we need to be about the business of constantly reiterating them, constantly shouting them out, so that we drown out the lies. And we have to expose the biggest lie, which is that a large number of people support the lie, which they do not. They're being lied to again and being told that many, many, many people support this. Like Walt Disney has committed to 50% of his characters being the wrong kind of rainbow, transsexual, gender fluid. And you would think, and children would think, looking at Walt Disney, that 50% of the population is that, when actually it's less than 0.5%. You see the lie that is perpetrated and the beliefs that the lie caused. Just tell the truth. Hey, okay, no, it's not 50%. It is less than 1%. So tell the truth about it. This isn't a really popular thing. You're just being told that. That deals with human psychology. I want to be part of the winning side. I want to be on the majority side. I'd love to be that. But the lie is the lie, so we must defeat it. I'll pass the mic.
I'm tired.
Judge, Dana, please don't go to sleep. I think you're absolutely correct, and I'm so glad you said that about truth, because I actually just had this war going on because somebody targeted me. They wanted to put me in a political appointed position, but they didn't talk to me. They just, wanted to throw my name out there because I was working at the Board of Elections, and I didn't know that I was working my way up the ladder because I was paying my dues. But it was more like I was doing my job the right way. And I guess I was rolled up that way. And then I brought in my partner, and because gay women were coming on to me, and I brought him in to protect me. And then like the whole system came for me, but I just let the truth stand. And I'm hoping that there's going to be a state and federal investigation into what they're doing at this particular Board of Elections, because they have no operations manual, and they put people's names on political appointee positions, and these people could be killed, because of if they're honest people, chances are they will be killed. So I'm so glad that you said that. And I just think the young people really need to take their power and either take these parties or create new parties, because if you look at the timeline of America since its beginning, you'll see that by now they should have created another majority party. And I say the Republicans, or the elephant, never forgets, and the Democrat is one stubborn donkey. So, he's bullheaded. He doesn't hear anything, but the Republicans never forget. And I just want the young people, especially Gen Zs and the millennials and those that come after them, they are screwing it up for you guys bad if you don't take it back. You got to take it back. You got to take the whole political system back away from all of this crookedness. So I just like to say that before we get off.
Okay, I agree with you. Well said.
Anything else from anybody?
Education system. I think soon as Trump starts going after and that's crazy because Vince McMahon's wife, Linda, she just got confirmed. So we'll see what Trump and her do in the next couple of weeks. But I think soon as they go after, the education system and they
Wait, is
go,
Linda McMahon the education secretary of education or small business?
I think it's Department of Education.
Oh,
I think it was Department of Education. So soon as they go after some of these colleges and these it's mainly these colleges. As soon as they go after some of these colleges and these professors, um, we're gonna really see some things I think change.
oh yeah, it was education. Well, why didn't they pull her for business? I don't understand. Why did they pull her for education? Wouldn't she been better for secretary of business or something?
Because
Small.
she was in charge of something in business in his last term or the last administration. So I that
Oh,
is it's
oh, maybe that's why. Um, anybody else want to say anything? If unless everybody said what they had to say, so I guess we could close out. Judge, you got something else to say?
Hey, just keep on. Be encouraged. We got to them before it was too late.
Um, anybody want to say anything about the joint session? Anything? What else? Anything else going on?
I would like to say, for the joint session, I think it was good, and I'm hoping that the Democrats, tonight, that when they wake up in the morning, they should be embarrassed, and they should all come together. Because I've been writing my congressman, telling him, just do your job for the people. Do your job for the people and forget about that party
Exactly.
stuff. Because when you go on the floor, you're supposed to be representing the people that put you there. You're not representing nobody that's giving you money in your back pocket or whatever. And I told him I don't know if he's gonna really listen, because they threw this guy into my district. They tried to create a LGBTQ district, but some of the progressive Democrats, because they took Hakeem Jeffries away from us, and then they redrew the districts, and then some progressives that really like him, because what goes on here in New York, I'm just amazed that nobody sees how, like, there's in my district there's 450,000 Democrats and there's like 600 Republicans, but the Republicans actually run the district because they have the money. So they dole out money to the Democrats, and they choose, then the Democrats choose who they put in, and a lot of the city council members, even the state members, they're not even, they're like first generation Americans at most if they're not immigrants. So it's a hot mess. But the people, if the people really see this and understand it, and understand that the one thing about the Board of Elections, I had no idea how important the people really are. But the people have to be awake and they have to be educated on the low level positions, because people come to vote and they don't even know what the hell they're voting for. Just somebody told them to vote for Biden, Kamala, and then when they're coming out, and I was talking to some people, it's like, did you know that Biden created the crime bill that locked black women and black men up, taking them out of their families for the stuff that his son got away with? And they were like, no, I didn't know that. And so I mean, I just think people have to educate themselves. But I'm just concerned about millennials and those um that are younger than them, because they're screwing up their world. And it's just not fair. It's not fair. So I just want to say that.
No, I appreciate that. Like Deborah, you were like the third co-host tonight, honey. Uh,
I just had a lot of coffee, so
this late, it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
because I'm gonna be geeking. I have to catch up on a lot of like, you have to read a lot when you're into tech, and I'm really jumping on this AI thing because some of it is really cool.
Oh,
So I'm gonna be
okay.
reading and then I'll fall asleep. So,
Yeah.
but the coffee,
Um,
if you're tech, you drink coffee at night. So anyway,
yeah, no. And then East Coast people, they go to
we go
bed
to
late
sleep late.
anyway.
Yeah, you know that.
Yeah.
And I can't believe you're from East Orange. You know what? Have you seen it lately?
Um, I moved from there like 2 years ago, and then my
Oh.
father, he went there this past weekend to visit, and he was just like, "Oh, I'm glad you left."
Mm-hmm. Oh,
It
okay.
was
So you know what, I'm thinking South Orange, because South Orange. But where was what's his
South
name?
Orange is, you talk about liberal and
Yeah,
rainbowish
that's
cult, like that's all it,
that's where
and
my
those are people
coworkers were
with the
living.
money.
That's where my coworkers were living. But like when you like that's where they were all moving to gentrify the neighborhood when everybody was buying the houses because they couldn't buy
Hmm.
them. They were moving there. But I thought East Orange was on its way up as well.
I mean, it's busy. You have a lot of people. It is on its way up. I mean, some houses. The block I grew up in, those houses going for 500,000. But I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't buy those 500,000 homes. $500,000. I'm not buying no real estate in the tri-state area. I will buy something in the Midwest,
Mm-hmm.
um, or somewhere else. So it's it's not worth it to me. It's so congested. It's a whole bunch of people. It's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of. I don't have a problem with so much of the immigrants, but there's a lot of illegals. But it's just congested. Period. It's just too much going on. Way too expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Crime went up.
Okay.
The school system sucks, but you have a lot of bustling business stuff going on. So it's just too much, and I'm just over it.
Mm. Yeah, you grew up there too, so when you
Yeah,
grow
but
up
I saw
there,
the
yeah.
change. Yeah, you
Mhm.
go up there, you young. So, but
Mhm.
it's like you just. I said I don't want to grow old here. So,
Mhm.
but and then it's like when you leave out there, because we're jaded. Oh, in the tri-state area, we're very jaded. So when we leave, you realize, okay, it's a whole nother world out
I
here,
grew up in
and
South Carolina, so
huh?
I grew up in South Carolina, and I've lived on the West Coast. Like I,
Well, how long
but
you been in New York?
too long, over 20 years. Came
Yeah,
here, yeah.
so you're
I'm gonna be,
jaded too.
yeah.
Yeah. So, and which is, I
I'm
don't
li-
mind being jaded because it takes a lot to impress us, which is
mhm.
good. But it's like when you leave, you realize, damn, it's a lot of world and it's a lot of country
Yep.
that's out there that we just, because we feel as though everyone else comes to us.
Yeah, but I traveled. I mean, I've like driven all over the country
Yeah,
and been
you
in.
driven,
Yeah,
you traveled. Yeah.
yeah. I
So
like Louisiana. I think Louisiana's beautiful. It's like,
yeah, but it's like once I left,
yeah.
I may go back and visit, but I
Mhm.
wouldn't want to go back to live.
Yeah, but it's because that's going to be the next hot spot, I think.
What is?
East Orange, because you know why? Because it's some of the that's how the gentrification kicks in. Like you're saying, there's some of them that are 500,000, and then what they're going to do is rezone the block, and somebody's going to start building, and then the whole thing will
Yeah, but
become
they're building
gentrified. And
now.
yeah.
Yeah, no, but they're doing all that now.
Hmm.
But it's like all this building and people coming in is good, but then it's an increase of all the negative. My point is,
What
it's
about
just
the
too much.
black people? But it's so that's one. That was a black. It was a black town, kind of.
It's not Black American. It's Black immigrants.
Oh,
It's all
okay.
it's either
Oh,
illegals
I didn't
from
know
South
that.
America or just immigrants from Black immigrants everywhere else. It's not
Oh,
FBA.
okay.
It used to be. See, me growing up, it
Yeah.
was Black Americans, and then even the Black immigrants that was there then, they came prior to the 80s, like 70s, 60s, 50s. So
Okay.
those are, which were different Black immigrants than what we see today coming in. So what's in East Orange today is the new Black immigrants that came in like the early 2000s.
Mhm.
Those. So it's different.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes. So yes, it
We
was
did. It,
Black,
oh, because
but
see,
it's
we
a
were
different
all over
Black.
the place, and we go there for different things. And I remember going there for food. Like I'm sure it was for food and shopping, but
I want to say not, yeah, the food, yeah, but it wasn't shopping clothes and no, you
no.
actually, everybody went to New York or
Or
you
on
go to
our
the
way. See,
mall.
when you're traveling though, and you got to eat somewhere, and
Yeah,
you got
the
to
no
gas
food
up
in
somewhere.
tri-state is
Yeah.
banging because
Mhm.
the food is good, but
Mhm.
I don't know, it's just too much shit going on. I'm like,
But
I
you're
don't got
right.
time for that.
But after the sweeps though, it's clean. These streets are clean here in New York now.
The what?
You don't see the migrants anymore like it was. I mean, it was
Oh.
crazy. It was crazy, but it's like the streets are clean. Like you can actually go to the store and there's honey on the shelves and avocados and
Oh, see, okay, see, yeah, you're in New York, so you
Mhm.
you got to see firsthand the before and after of the illegals.
Yeah, and I know for a fact that they're coming after Eric because he spoke up. And he spoke up because black people made him speak up, and then because we were getting sick of him. And then like he's got a lot of problems like with maintaining the city, keeping the streets clean, putting too many bike racks on the street, people can't drive their cars and all of that. So we were on him, and so then he stepped up, and like the people are kind of behind him. But then Andrew Cuomo, I mean, all of those seniors died. There's no way nobody's gonna vote for him if that ever comes out. So, but yeah, but Eric, and then another thing about Eric too was, and I was told this, like, if you want to become a known politician in New York City, become a Republican. Go in under the Republican line, and that's what he did, and that's how he became famous. And then he jumped over the Democrats. But if he jumped back over to the Republicans, they probably would support him, especially those people in
Who,
Staten
Eric,
Island.
Eric Adams?
Yeah, because he
I
came
heard
in.
that he's inquiring about that, so he may just do it. But I like Cuomo when he was the governor because during
Yeah.
2020 when the shutdown, I worked in New York.
Hmm.
So my unemployment and all my paperwork had to come out of there.
Hmm.
So I was stuck in North Carolina, which was fine because my family is there. But I would watch, he held a press conference every day, 7 days a week. And for
Right.
me,
Hmm.
he was very transparent. So it's unfortunate with the senior citizens, but was it his fault?
No,
No,
it
but
was a whole hot mess. I mean, because there are people here in my community, scientists, that were refusing to wear the mask. Because we had a safe space restaurant where we would all meet, and this guy, would cook healthy food and deliver it to people. And we were talking about this when you had that mask on your face. Like if you didn't change it every few hours, you were basically inhaling toxins back into your body.
right.
So people were having that conversation, and I actually had some surgery during this time. And when I went, the doctors never asked me if I took the shot. And then some girl tries to say like, oh, you know she didn't take the shot. And the person preparing me for surgery said, but she came back with the negative test. So, and I don't think the doctors were taking the shots.
No, they wasn't taking that shot. Some of them were. I know some people that were, but anyway,
But
listen, just
let's go. Okay, well, it was nice talking to you, and thanks, and I'm glad you didn't go to
yeah, I
sleep.
followed you back, so I'm gonna
Yeah.
keep in
Okay.
touch with you.
All right.
And thank you to all the speakers. Thanks to everybody that was watching on YouTube because I actually aired the joint session since 9 o'clock. So that's why I'm like extra tired. So shout out to everybody on YouTube, everybody listening here, all the speakers. And Judge, close us out.
Hey, keep strong. Don't let what you saw set us back. We need to stay vigilant because they're working to undo what we've done. Push on.